Oh, wait, it's on now. All right, so I've been watching this video, right? This video is very good, by the way. I watched like an hour of it, and there's 2 more hours left, apparently. So, yeah. So you missed out about an hour of this video. I'm gonna like it. It's a great video so far.
Impression on a large number of people. Although Facebook had become something that was viewed with skepticism by civic-minded observers, the Arab Spring was an encouraging sign that convinced some highly talented leaders to overcome their skepticism and join the company.
So yeah, this is like, it's insane what's going on here.
They'd amassed an enormous number of pages with high followings, contributing to a situation where the top 10 pages for popular subjects were often led by troll farm creators rather than legitimate ones. Troll farms overwhelmingly dominated the top 20 most popular Christian pages, including the most popular page of all, Be Happy, Enjoy Life. They also dominated the top 20 pages aimed at African Americans, including the top page, My Baby Daddy Ain't. According to a report by the data scientist Jeff Allen, our platform has given the largest voice in the Christian American community to a handful of bad actors who, based on their media production practices, have never been to church. Our platform has given the largest voice in the African American community to a handful of bad actors who, based on their media production practices, have never had an interaction with an African American. Adding more fuel to the fire, Facebook made additional tweaks to their algorithm, giving more weight to comments and emojis like the angry face. This meant that if you saw content that made you really angry and you decided to comment on it, getting into a little argument along the way, you were more likely to see content from that same source again. And since Facebook didn't pay enough attention to what was actually taking place on their platform, users' anger appeared to them to be simply an improvement in engagement, an abstraction on an engineer's analytics dashboard. Worse still, this produced a situation where tribal, polarizing content, which tended to get more likes, ended up drowning out moderate, thoughtful content. Wael Ghonim, the Arab Spring organizer we saw earlier, himself became very worried about these problems in later years.
If you increase the tone of your posts and become more exclusionary against your opponents, you're going to get more distribution. So if I call my opponents names, my tribe is happy and celebrating.
This was the situation at Facebook when primaries were taking place in the run-up to the 2016 US election. More and more content about either Trump, Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton started to go viral. And since trash content tended to make people argue more, highly partisan content, disinformation or rage bait tended to get more engagement, which in turn made it more likely to go viral and therefore more likely to be recycled by nihilistic Macedonian teenagers half a world away. One story had Hillary Clinton dying mid-campaign and being replaced with a doppelganger. Another saw the Pope endorsing Trump for president. To make matters even worse, there was another, more sinister way that Macedonian teenagers could make money from their pages. They could sell them, along with their massive followings, to third parties whose identities and motivations were a mystery. We'll come back to this in a moment. Other beneficiaries of Facebook's recommendation setup were radical organizations who learned that they could draw big audiences by first luring them in with milder, more acceptable news pages, knowing that they'd then be recommended far more extreme pages, which they also owned. An efficient mass funnel for speedy radicalization. This technique was exploited successfully by all kinds of extremist organizations, including pre-COVID anti-vaxxer groups and ISIS. Highly populist politicians like Narendra Modi in India and Duterte in the Philippines had also found this new variant of Facebook to be an excellent platform for amplifying hateful rhetoric in the lead up to their elections. It later became clear that misinformation campaigns have been run successfully in elections in Turkey and Indonesia too. Recommendations aside, Facebook's targeted advertising capabilities also became more prevalent in political campaigns. In 2013, a company called Aggregate IQ was set up to help political campaigns understand and target specific voter segments more effectively through voter behavior analysis, demographic studies, and predictive modeling. By integrating this data with Facebook's advertising systems, they claimed to be able to aim political messages at highly specific target audiences much more effectively than had been previously possible. From 2015 to 2016, during the Brexit referendum in Britain, Aggregate IQ began working with 4 different Vote Leave campaigns, with the official campaign dedicating 40% of its budget to them. The Leave campaign's most successful...
Who would have thought? Corporations are evil. They only care about money. They're evil. They have no morals. And these corporate leeches have to be fucking... Okay. Corporate leeches like Mark Zuckerberg have to be fucking slaughtered. Maybe not. You know, that's... People are saying that. I'm not saying it, you know. People are saying it, you know? Breaking news. People have been saying it. I'm not the one saying it. I can just distance myself from it. God, I hate those slimy fucking scums. Just own up to it, bitch. Yeah, I'm owning up to it. Yeah, I said it. Fuck you, Mark. You leech. Corporations. Okay. Okay, now I can move the Torment one, if I can do that, that is. I may not be able to. Oh, I got this thing, that looks nice. Blacksmith cash at the blacksmith. How much does this cost? Not a lot, I guess. You know what? Okay, hold on. You wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, maybe I should switch my summon build now. Entirely. Yeah, maybe I should be able to. I should be able to switch, but then again, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll try. I'll try. So I can't switch tiers here, right? Okay, difficulty, whatever.
Successful ads spread incorrect assertions about the cost of EU membership, as well as misleading statements about immigration and national sovereignty. When Britain ultimately voted to leave the EU, Aggregate IQ took as much credit as they could. On their website, they proudly posted a quote from the Leave campaign's chief strategist, Dominic Cummings. Without a doubt, the Vote Leave campaign owes a great deal of its success to the work of Aggregate IQ. We couldn't have done it without them. Anyway, we've finally come to that point in the video I know you've all been waiting for, where we discuss the 2016 US election, which produced arguably the most famous of Facebook's black eyes. Things are momentarily going to get a bit complicated here because there were actually 4 different controversial factors at play, which are all related, but also distinctly different. In many ways, this is the moment when all of Facebook's chickens came home to roost. The first factor is that Facebook had been developing advertising services to sell to political campaigns, which included dedicated assistance from Facebook employees, an obvious move given the amount of money invested in advertising during election years. These services were offered to both the Clinton and Trump campaigns, but whereas the Clinton campaign largely turned down the offer, the Trump campaign took full advantage of it. The second factor was Facebook's evolving attitude towards news. You see, in the years leading up to the election, Zuckerberg had been increasingly insisting that they were a completely neutral platform. This was largely in response to accusations from conservative politicians and news outlets that Facebook had a left-leaning bias. Zuckerberg's chumminess with Obama, as well as Sandberg's involvement with the Clinton campaign, only helped to fuel these accusations. With Trump ramping up anger about media bias throughout 2015 and 2016, this pressure became more pronounced. But then, in May 2016, a scandal appeared out of nowhere in the form of a Gizmodo article titled, "Former Facebook Workers, We Routinely Suppressed Conservative News." In the article, an anonymous Facebook employee described his frustrations working on a content curation team who he said regularly removed news about conservative politicians from Facebook's trending topics section. Given that the 2016 election was only 6 months away, this story generated a massive outcry of conservative anger towards Facebook. In response, the trending topics team were let go, and Zuckerberg cracked down on all kinds of content curation. Then, much to the disappointment of many Facebook employees, influential conservatives including Glenn Beck and Tucker Carlson were invited to meet Zuckerberg at Facebook's campus so he could assure them of their neutrality. After this, the whole company was put on notice. From now on, automated trending content was king. This leads us to the third factor, which I've already mentioned. The algorithm changes fueling the spread of polarizing content, which, in combination with now completely unmoderated news, meant that Americans were far more likely to see content that was trashy, unsubstantiated, crass, or simply just untrue. Hillary Clinton had a secret child out of wedlock. Hillary Clinton coordinated a domestic terror attack on the US, etc. And of course, this content would then be copied and pasted by troll farms, including our pals, the Macedonian teenagers, which gave the most polarising content second, third, fourth and fifth lives. It wasn't all just alt-right fake news either. Some fake news aimed to bolster Hillary's chances. All in all, in the 3 months leading up to the election, fake news articles favouring Trump were shared 30 million times on Facebook, whereas those favouring Clinton were shared 8 million times. The number of people who saw these shared posts were in the multiple hundreds of millions. Later, it was reported that over half of American adults who saw fake news said they believed the stories at the time. Groups also played a big part in spreading misinformation too. A friend of mine, Kat, who was studying misinformation in the lead up to the election, joined multiple different Trump groups to keep an eye on them. Soon after, Facebook started recommending those same groups to her family and friends, pointing out, helpfully, that she was in them. And then there's the fourth factor, Russia. Let's just give a little backstory here. In 2011, protests against Vladimir Putin were breaking out all over the Russian Federation, inspired in large part by Alexei Navalny, who used social media to organise protest events. This prompted Putin to launch a counter-offensive to disrupt the protesters' ability to organise online and interfere with their communications in general. An investment into a new type of information warfare where sowing confusion was the main goal. In addition to this, he publicly accused the then Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, for having run an influence operation aimed at fueling the protests in Russia.
Russian voters deserve a full investigation of all credible reports of electoral fraud and manipulation.
Later on, it was reported that a US spy overheard a Russian military intelligence officer stating that they were going to get Clinton back for what she had done. Now, when we think of the 2016 election and Russia, we think of hackers, and that's certainly not off the mark. Traditional hacking did play a significant role. In early 2015, Facebook's threat intelligence team discovered that Russian hackers were trying to gain access to the accounts of figures involved in the upcoming US election. Then, a few months later, US cybersecurity firms published a report claiming that hackers with ties to Russia had successfully hacked the email accounts of various senior figures in the Democratic Convention. Soon after, a threat detection analyst at Facebook named Ned Moran used the information in these reports to uncover a Facebook page called DC Leaks, which he suspected was linked to the email hack. And so he began to keep a close eye on DC Leaks by monitoring their activities, including reading their private instant messages. From this, he discovered that the hackers were contacting US journalists on Facebook and leaking emails directly to them in order to embarrass the Clinton campaign. At this point, Trump would then issue one of the more astonishing statements of the campaign.
It shows how little respect they have for our country when they would hack into a major party. But it would be interesting to see. I will tell you this. Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press.
Once Moran had confirmed his findings, he then sent reports about the problem up the chain of command, intended to eventually arrive at the desk of one of the then leaders of the company, Elliot Schrage, the VP of Global Communications and Public Policy. Schrage is an interesting individual. Most accounts I've read paint him as a domineering company man.
If I press a like button on a brand, that could pop up as a sponsored story. I might not know about it. I certainly wouldn't necessarily agree to it.
Well, but when you press a like button on a brand, you're saying, I like this.
But I'm not
like
saying
this.
I advertise this.
You're asking a profound question. What's advertising? On the Facebook system, I'm affirmatively communicating that I'm associating myself with whatever I'm liking.
Schrage will pop up a few more times in this video. However, for now, it will suffice to say that the Russian hacking report intended for him did not appear to reach either Zuckerberg or Sandberg. It has been suggested numerous times that Zuckerberg's strong resistance to curating political content acted as a disincentive for top leaders to bring this kind of information to him. Now, just in case you didn't know, I should probably mention that Trump went on to win that particular election. But even before that happened, stories were already emerging about Facebook due to the amount of lies and polarizing content people were experiencing on the platform. Soon after the election, Zuckerberg was asked about the fake news problem. His answer made headlines around the world.
You've been getting a lot of pushback from people who feel that you distorted the way that people perceived the information during the course of the campaign because you didn't filter out enough fake stories that might have been published simply to gain traction and sell advertising.
You know, I've seen some of the stories that you're talking about around this election. I think The idea that fake news on Facebook influenced the election in any way, I think, is a pretty crazy idea.
Soon after this, when Zuckerberg finally found out about the Russian hacking taking place on Facebook, he was reported to have said, "Oh, how did we miss this?" It's not exactly clear how he didn't know about it, and there's never been a transparent explanation as to where exactly in the chain the communication broke down. Moreover, it was reported that Facebook dragged their feet on the idea of disclosing their findings to the public because they knew how damning the story would be. Now, when it comes to Russian hackers trying to gain access to high-profile accounts or trying to disseminate hacked information, this is the good old-fashioned stuff, the kind of hacking that Facebook were used to and which, once identified, could be prevented. However, hacking was only the tip of the iceberg. Ned Morin and his boss Alex Stamos, who'd been trying to sound the alarm about Russian meddling for months, both believed there was much more going on than just hacking. Later, they would tell journalists that their fears were largely dismissed by Schrage, who they believed was taking direction from Sandberg herself. Everyone seemed to want the story to go away, but it wouldn't die. Finally, an article published by Time magazine in 2017 blew the story wide open, confirming what Stamos had been warning about for months: that a Russian-backed campaign of disinformation had been employed on Twitter and Facebook in order to influence the outcome of the election. This pressured both US intelligence agencies and Facebook to work together to uncover the extent of the interference, prompting Zuckerberg and Sandberg to give the thumbs up to Morin and Stamos to finally uncover what had actually taken place on their platform. And after a few weeks of searching, they got their answer. The main culprits were a group known as the Internet Research Agency.
Active fucking measures. Demoralization. Destabilization. Internet fucking Research Agency. God damn it. And people still fall for this shit. People still think this was all a hoax. Motherfucker, you were made to believe that it was a hoax. Russians played you like a fucking fiddle. God, I hate Russians so fucking much. It's unbelievable. Anyways, I'm gonna get myself a coffee and I'll be back. Ring on.
We were having fun. Living in the night, left to blind destruction, waiting for our sight.
We would go on as though nothing was wrong. Hide from these days, we remained all alone. Staying in the same place to stay out of time. Touching from a distance, further all the time. This song is just so fucking great. Like, it predicted the future perfectly. It didn't predict it. It was about the current time they were living in. And guess what's happening right fucking now?
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
God, I love Transmission just because of how
Another-
reflective it is of our current fucking reality. And also the song is pretty good too. I mean, it's very good. It's very fucking good. It's godly. Like Iron Curtis gives like so much fucking emotion to the lyrics too. It's like beautiful. I love this song. Transmission. Like not a lot of people have it as like their favorite Joy Division song, but it's definitely close. I think it's my second one. After Love Will Tear Us Apart, because that one's beautiful too. Yeah, Kate's is very good too, and it's also timeless. Like there's this interesting thing about Joy Division. It's that their songs are just timeless. Most of them. It's like, how? They're so good at this shit. They were. Also, Ceremony is pretty good too. Oh, did I listen to Ceremony on stream? Because this thing is very good too. I should listen to it. So the thing about Ceremony is, hold on, let me show you here. Should I show you? I don't know, maybe not. The thing about Ceremony is this song wasn't actually recorded like in a studio. I think it was the only recording is from a live play of the song, which kind of sucks. Which sucks a lot, yeah. And then I think there's like a New Order version as well, which is pretty much just not the same song, but I believe the lyrics are the same. But then again, you're not able to hear almost half the part of the lyrics in the song because guess what? It wasn't recorded professionally. It wasn't this is a live performance recording in 1979 or some shit. I don't know. Let me see. When was this song recorded? Which year? Credits. Yeah, this is the 2007 remaster? For real? Live at Birmingham 2007 remaster. Oh, so they tried to remaster it at the very least. But then again, even with the remaster, it wasn't really that captured well. But then this song is still fucking great. Like it's still fucking beautiful. I love this too. You can faintly hear like Ian singing. Like, yeah, it's not clear enough. But then the rest of the parts are hearable though. Yeah, they're audible. I'll be switching to Path of Exile 2 as well. And this one, or Path of Exile 1, I'm not sure which one. I like both of them, but I spent more time on one. I'm in motion, a certain sense of liberty.
which was run out of St. Petersburg. They weren't using some hyper-sophisticated form of hacking, no, they were using the exact same tactics as the Macedonian teenagers. Troll farming, building up numerous pages with names like secured borders, all sharing the same content in order to game Facebook's engagement algorithms, spreading highly polarizing content on key voter issues, which drove people insane and made them argue, which Facebook then misrecognized as virtuous engagement and boosted even further. In order to siphon as many voters away from Clinton as possible, the pages favoured not just Trump, but also Bernie Sanders, a rather clever tactic to spread bitterness among more left-leaning voters. Worse still, Russian troll farmers were using Facebook's own advertising system to buy cheap page-like ads, which, as the name suggests, encourages people to like your page, and once they do this, they'll start seeing more of your content in their feeds, an incredibly cheap way of scaling up so your disinformation articles and memes are much more likely to go viral organically. And to cap it all off, when anything the Russian troll farmers posted went viral, you could be sure that other troll farmers would plagiarize it for ad revenue, including our dear old friends, the Macedonian teenagers. When this report was delivered to Facebook's leadership, as well as US intelligence agencies, they were appalled. It turned out the Internet Research Agency owned 120 different pages and had posted 80,000 pieces of content, reaching in total 126 million Americans. The exact degree to which the Russian disinformation campaign contributed to Trump's election is unknown, but when this report was released to the public, it set off an unholy firestorm of bad PR for the company. It also prompted a reasonably new question in the minds of many people, a question that has dogged the company ever since. Is Facebook a net bad for the world? Hearings on social media manipulation began in autumn 2017, which was attended by representatives from Twitter, YouTube and Facebook. Separately, Sheryl Sandberg visited Washington to discuss steps Facebook could take to prevent such incidents in the future. Then, prepare yourselves for déjà vu here, Elliot Schrage directed a PR company called Definers Public Affairs to help navigate all the bad press, who in turn began publishing news articles to try and spread the blame, in particular towards Google again. They also looked for ways to discredit George Soros when he became critical of Facebook too. Just keep that in your head a moment longer. As for Ned Moran and his boss Alex Stamos, they were dispirited throughout this entire ordeal. They tried to raise the alarm but had largely been ignored. However, they did have at least one moment of light. They discovered that a coordinated Russian attack was taking place to disrupt France's upcoming election, but this time they were able to tip off the French authorities in advance. This meant that when the hackers suddenly released 20,000 emails from the Emmanuel Macron campaign just 2 days before the election, security officials were able to immediately inform the public where the hacks had come from, which led to news outlets advising voters not to believe what they read. This was an example of where Facebook could do good as long as executives like Schrage, Zuckerberg and Sandberg allowed them to. But then, in 2018, just when we thought this issue was beginning to wind down, unbelievably, almost inconceivably, it actually managed to get worse. That's right, there's actually a fifth factor. Let's wind back for a second to understand how it happened. Remember earlier I described numerous scandals related to the Open Graph and how it granted third-party developers
Cambridge Analytica
far too much access to users' personal data? Well, in 2014, an academic named Alexander Kogan accessed the Open Graph to plug into an app he had developed called This Is Your Digital Life. The app was presented as a personality quiz, and it collected
Oh, wait, this is something else.
personal data
Wait, no, wait, this is related. Hold
from
on.
users who installed it. Almost 300,000 Facebook users participated in this quiz, from which Kogan was able to extract not just their data, but also that of their friends, ballooning the overall dataset to almost 90 million people. Kogan shared this dataset with a company called Cambridge Analytica, whose trade was to create what they called psychographic profiles of voters in order to target them with personalized political messages.
Then we add a unique extra layer of data about personality, decision-making, and motivation. This creates an unparalleled, rich and detailed view of voters and the issues they care about.
We call this behavioral micro-targeting. Our techniques are working across the globe, from local elections to the US 2016 presidential race.
Cambridge Analytica's then Vice President, Steve Bannon, eventually left his position to become the chief executive of Trump's 2016 election campaign. He then hired Cambridge Analytica to come work for the campaign and produce targeted advertising. When the New York Times and Observer in London broke the story that Facebook had allowed users' private data to be stolen and that this data was then utilised by the Trump campaign for political advertising, the world's media went into a frenzy, and it wasn't long before politicians were insisting that Zuckerberg himself testify before Congress about this. In the UK, the scandal had an interesting counterpart when it was reported that Cambridge Analytica had extremely close ties to Aggregate IQ, who, as I mentioned earlier, had been utilised by the Leave campaigns for their targeted advertising. According to the former Cambridge Analytica employees Brittany Kaiser and Christopher Wiley, The connection between the two companies was so close that Cambridge Analytica considered Aggregate IQ to be one of their departments, and that they shared the same tactics and technology. This kicked off a separate firestorm in the UK about the use of stolen data to influence the Brexit referendum. For Sheryl Sandberg, this was especially devastating because, as the person ultimately in charge of public relations, it was the second time she'd failed to head off a major scandal in the space of a year.
And, we know we need to earn back trust.
However, this seems slightly unfair. Sheryl's more notable failure was how she and Elliot Schrage failed to notice the Russian hacking and disinformation campaign, despite Facebook employees trying to tell them about it. The Cambridge Analytica scandal, however, was a direct cause of the Open Graph, which was very much Mark's baby. Elliot Schrage would then go on to do something even more stupid. When Sheryl went to testify during congressional hearings, the public relations firm he had hired, Definers, started digging up dirt on the senators, questioning Sandberg, spreading the information they'd obtained to reporters in an attempt to portray the hearings as politically motivated and not based on genuine public concern. When this story broke, it further destroyed Facebook's credibility, spelling the end for Elliot Schrage, who had by now demonstrated such consistently bad judgment that he felt obliged to offer his resignation. This also damaged Sandberg's reputation, which she would never fully recover from. The Cambridge Analytica scandal produced unprecedented public ire towards Facebook. The Delete Facebook hashtag began trending on Twitter, with high-profile celebrities like Cher announcing that they deleted their accounts, with many others following suit. Amidst all of this, Facebook stock also plummeted by 10%. And this takes us to the big moment where Zuckerberg finally testified before Congress for the first time. In order to prepare for this, Zuckerberg held mock hearings with a team of litigators who trained him on his responses and prepared him to deal with tactics such as grandstanding, aggression, and left-field questions intended to throw him off his talking points. They also took other precautions. For example, since Mark had a history of sweating during interviews, his staff insisted that the AC be turned down low during hearings. When the day finally arrived, Mark's testimony was calm and assured. However, most privacy advocates felt that the questions addressed to him were weak. Worse still, some lawmakers displayed a notable lack of technical literacy.
So how many data categories do you store, does Facebook store, on the categories that you collect? That have been out there that indicate, so
too sure what that is. File. Could somebody call you up and say, I want to see John Kennedy's file? Could you do it? Could you do it? And share it with
within WhatsApp. Does that ever inform your advertisers? Emailing within WhatsApp.
Wrongdoing, and instead on how clueless the senators appeared to be.
Congress wanted to teach him a thing or two, but it turns out they didn't know a thing or one.
As a result of Zuckerberg's performance, Facebook's stock recovered significantly, increasing his net worth by around $3 billion in just 24 hours. However, the PR damage still remains to this day, with the name Cambridge Analytica serving as a byword for Facebook's cavalier attitude to users' data. Before we move on, I want to mention one funny twist in this last scandal, which is that Cambridge Analytica's supposed secret sauce, their psychographic profiling, was a totally useless service, and was heavily criticised by many experts in polling data and psychology due to the lack of evidence and transparency provided. Even Alexander Kogan, the researcher who had shared the data with Cambridge Analytica in the first place, knew the approach didn't work. According to him, their profiling data was only right 1% of the time. Worse still, by the time the 2016 election rolled around, the stolen data they'd acquired was already 2 years old and nowhere near as detailed as the real-time treasure trove Facebook themselves had access to. And given that Facebook already offered highly calibrated targeted advertising to politicians, the irony here is that Trump's campaign would have been far better off ditching Cambridge Analytica entirely and simply doubling down on the much more powerful targeted advertising they were already using Facebook to produce. Had they done that, they would have wasted a lot less money, Facebook would have been spared the scandal to end all scandals, and users' personal data would have been even more effectively utilised to sway the election. From this point in the video onwards, the topics discussed are at times going to get much more dark. And although I promise to avoid explicit or gruesome detail, I still think it's wise to issue a trigger warning here. In August 2013, Facebook announced a new service called Internet.org, which would bring free internet access to underserved communities around the world, particularly in developing countries. They would do this by partnering with mobile operators and other technology companies across Latin America, Asia and Africa, providing a stripped-back version of the internet that could be served at low bandwidths. At the time, it was reported that this was the project Zuckerberg was most excited about.
When people are connected, we can accomplish some pretty amazing things.
Okay,
we can get
this fucking leech, corporate leech. When this corporate leech speaks, you know shit's about to go down.
access to new jobs and opportunities and ideas. But technology, it has to serve the whole of society.
It has to serve me, make me money.
Connectivity can't just be a privilege for some of the rich and powerful. It needs to be.
God, you know how he uses? You just heard what I just heard, right? He uses populist rhetoric, and guess what? The rich and powerful. Who's the rich and powerful? Trump uses the same thing. Elon uses the same thing. It's just so fucking hilarious, honestly.
Something that everyone shares.
So
they probably just think about that. Think about saying that and just laugh to themselves in private.
How?
God, I got those fucking suckers. They really think I'm their savior. Got them.
Did it work in practice? Well, when you accessed internet.org, you were provided with a few free services, most importantly, a simplified version of Facebook and Facebook Messenger, as well as Wikipedia, BBC News, and the forecasting service AccuWeather. It also included a few local services too, depending on the region. However, internet.org was not a fully free internet service. If you wanted to access any site outside of these core offerings, you'd hit a paywall. To give an example of how all this combined together, let's take Indonesia. At the time, the free search engine they provided in Indonesia was Ask.com, but if you tried to access any of the listings on Ask.com, you'd be prompted to pay for data. Criticism of this idea appeared almost immediately, mainly focusing on how internet.org broke with the principle of net neutrality, which holds that service providers and governments should treat all internet traffic equally, thus ensuring a level playing field. To give some specifics, internet service providers should not grant higher speeds to certain services, which could stifle fair competition, by favouring established players over startups. Secondly, the entire internet should always be accessible. Making some of it paid, again, tips the scales in favour of the powerful, whose services can be offered for free, making it harder for smaller entities to compete. Lastly, internet service providers should never limit freedom of expression, especially where someone decides to communicate. Such barriers to access could be manipulated by those wielding power to discriminate against voices they don't agree with. All in all, many pointed out that internet.org was not free access to the internet, it was free access to FacebookNet, a walled garden where Facebook gets to decide what people can have access to. For this reason, 65 NGOs from around the world
Corporation. Okay, I'm just gonna stop saying corporation like a dark tone, but
I have been waiting for your return.
damn, this shit looks nice. This is Necro, right?
Interesting choice.
Whoa. That's wild. How about Sork?
That's a bold choice.
Angelic Mount. Yippers. I'm not gonna buy any of that. Fuck you. I will never buy. I never bought anything on this game. I just bought the DLC on the game. You know, I got my weapon upgraded, so maybe I should just run this shit, yeah. Get myself a Torment 1 upgrade. How many? Oh, I just have 6, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I do. Pit stones, whatever the fuck they're called. Artificial stones, I think that's what they're called. You don't really need them. Kind of useless. I mean, they just you just have too many of them at some point. I just don't care. Watching forever.
published an open letter criticising internet.org as a poor attempt to bring the developing world online. Apart from the concerns I've already mentioned, it included strong opposition to the idea of a two-tiered internet that favoured wealthier citizens. It also outlined some security concerns, indicating the technology opened the door for users' activity to be monitored by their governments, as well as grave concern that many of its users would not understand privacy consent due to a lack of education on the topic, as well as high levels of illiteracy among the poorer populations. Some call the effort digital colonialism due to the overwhelming priority given to Western services over local ones. Now, few believed this project was motivated purely by philanthropy. The benefit to Facebook of being installed as the core communications platform for potentially billions of additional people was obvious. It was the growth tactic to beat all growth tactics. Just to remind you one more time of that Web 2.0 quote, the race is on to own certain classes of core data, location, identity, calendaring of public events, etc. Internet.org was set up so that if anyone wanted to sell a service or blog about something or message a friend, their only real option would be to do it on Facebook. Thus, Facebook creates an ecosystem and therefore a dependency on their service, which would persist even if a properly open internet came into existence. Now, some watching might feel that Facebook's initiative is not being treated fairly here, and that these are acceptable trade-offs given the potential benefit to those who would otherwise have no internet at all. That's a reasonable position, and I'll address it in just a few minutes. But for now, let's look at some of the practical problems faced by Internet.org when it was launched. The most obvious was that many of the services were only available in English. Another, more subtle issue was that to newly online users, Facebook was largely considered to be the internet, which, according to Mong Palatino, who studied the Philippines version, misleads the public and makes them think that these sites and services are the essential tools. This would turn out to be a big problem. A little later, Facebook rebranded Internet.org to Free Basics, which they said better communicated the service being provided. Their number one target? India. In order to establish Free Basics in India, Mark engaged in a PR campaign visiting local villages and cities and meeting with various politicians, including the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi.
Here in India, 243 million people are connected to the internet, and more than 100 million are on Facebook already. But, there's still more than 1 billion people in India who can't connect and don't have
can't participate in my services and give me data. I want your data.
Access to the same opportunities as everyone else.
However, enthusiasts began to sour on the idea when they finally saw what Free Basics really looked like. There were no other social media apps other than Facebook, Bing rather than Google Search, and access to only 36 sites for free, all of which were chosen by Facebook. This prompted fierce resistance from privacy and net neutrality advocates around the country. What Zuckerberg means by Internet for All is essentially Facebook for All, along with a few non-profit services thrown in to give it the appearance of philanthropy. Soon after, net neutrality became a national issue, with fierce protests coming from around the country. Ultimately, despite significant lobbying from Facebook, the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India sided with the net neutrality advocates, rejecting Free Basics outright. At the time, this was seen as a massive blow for Facebook. But just to make that blow a little bit worse, one of Facebook's board members, Mark Andreessen, decided to get really angry about it on Twitter. Anti-colonialism has been economically catastrophic for the Indian people for decades. Why stop now? Very good. I'm sure Zuckerberg and Sandberg adored that particular contribution, especially how it likens Facebook to colonialism. Nice one. As you can imagine, this was reported everywhere. He later apologized for it, but who cares? In 2017, a damning report from Global Voices summarized Free Basics as not being particularly useful. They observed that of all the versions they tested, none met the linguistic needs of their users, and that it was sorely lacking in sites for local services or independent news sources. But behind the scenes, unbeknownst to most people, worse things were happening. In particular, Facebook seemed to be underinvesting in local moderation teams. According to one former employee, I can't recall anyone at the company directly questioning Mark or Cheryl about whether there were safeguards in place or raising something that would qualify as a concern or warning for how Facebook would integrate into non-American cultures. This would eventually open the door for all kinds of problematic content to be shared, with too few people working at Facebook knowing about it. And all of this together, the relentless drive for growth and speed, with insufficient attention paid to safeguarding the site to protect its users, set the stage for a truly horrific event.
Oh no.
Facebook's relationship with Myanmar began in 2010. When it was launched, it allowed users to access its platforms without incurring data charges, which helped it rapidly rise in popularity. In 2013, the government in Myanmar under Thein Sein introduced some moderate reforms to the country, including allowing mobile operators in for the first time, which in turn prompted a flood of cheap mobile phones into the market. This produced the perfect
Wait, what the fuck is a desecrated ground? I don't remember that one. Yeah, what the fuck is this shit? Yeah, whatever. Damage. Wait, the fuck? Hold on, maybe it's like a passive thing? I'll go with this. Dominates is like a good one for the other build, the most powerful one. Does it really matter? I mean, I could go for minions still. Wait, am I in Torment 1 right now? No. I'm on Penitent, I believe.
Perfect conditions for free basics, which was eventually introduced in 2016. To many people in Myanmar, Facebook quickly became the most trusted source of news, so powerful that a print magazine was even created for those not yet online so they could read about various popular Facebook posts each week. However, beyond the technological changes taking place, ethnic tensions in Myanmar had been escalating over the same period.
Oh god. Oh no. Perfect recipe for disaster. It's automatically salvaged. Oh, that's a good one. Alright, Torment 1 then. Let's go. Okay, got a new priority quest. Dark Citadel, right, of course. How big a difficulty jump is this, by the way?
Need something forged?
Not golem damage, what the fuck? I mean... I would prefer just summon damage, to be honest. Okay, this is getting annoying. Golem damage twice in a row, okay. Okay, 3 times in a row, that's just normal. Alright. That's great, that's great. Can't do one more. Sure. Golem damage. Yeah, who wouldn't want that? At least that's good. I'll take it. I'll take it. Alright, cool. I don't use Blood Mist, whatever the fuck. Can I just get my movement speed? I don't need that pathetic amount of maximum life, please. Can I just get the... Okay, whatever. Let's get the armor. Thank you. Okay, I want the spiked armor, that's nice. That's what I wanted.
Come back if you need work.
Why is there an option for sitting? What the fuck? Let's go to the boss area and just watch this
with
video.
numerous leaders trying to turn the country's Buddhist majority against its Muslim population, particularly targeting the Rohingya, an ethnic minority from the northern Rakhine state. This involved spreading stories about the Rohingyas' supposed misdeeds. There were warnings about new attacks which the Rohingya were planning, but which never happened. All kinds of fake science stories were spread around too. For example, a claim that Rohingya DNA was distinctly different from that of other human beings. And this was coupled with one of the most worrying telltale signs that precipitates likening the Rohingya to vermin. And in addition to all of this, a new problem. All of this stuff was spreading like wildfire on Facebook. Now, there were a few reasons why Facebook was so powerful at spreading hate messages in Myanmar. The first is that in comparison to the heavily censored state media, Facebook was seen by the population as a source of legitimate news that came from the real people on the ground. Another reason was that a sizable portion of the population, having only just come online, were not yet experienced enough to recognize the tactics and language of online disinformation. The gasoline.
I mean, even Americans don't know that shit. How the fuck are they supposed to know?
As you can imagine, was Facebook's algorithms, which unwittingly promoted hate speech and disinformation. And lastly, a crucial oversight that allowed for the unmitigated disaster that was about to unfold, a serious lack of content moderation. In fact, as early as 2014, Matt Schisler, a doctoral student at the University of Michigan, had been trying to alert Facebook to the situation in Myanmar, eventually being promised a direct line to one of their working groups. However, this group would turn out to not be particularly useful, as we'll see. There were numerous acts of violence and outrages from 2014 to 2017, including a riot triggered by a viral Facebook post that falsely claimed 2 Muslim men were to blame for the of a Buddhist girl in the city of Mandalay. Many Rohingya were displaced during the...
I'm tired. My back hurts a little bit. I'm gonna go to bed. But I'll be back when the boss spawns. Alright.
stand together! Truly magnificent victory, friend.
Okay, so there's a simple strategy here. Very simple strategy. I'm gonna go over to Maxroll, right? And Maxroll user. So I'm not gonna look at a build guide. That's just bullshit. I mean, it's not bullshit. It is fine. It's okay to look at a build guide, but in this game, it's not really that necessary. You can figure things out on your own, usually. Although, I mean, yeah, I'll still look at a build guide, just to get an idea at the very least. But the reason I'm going to Maxroll is so I know which boss drops which item. And yeah, that's what I need to do the Bloodwave build, which is apparently very good. Okay, bosslet, there we go, bosslet table cheat sheet. These are not what I need. I'm not looking for any of these. And this is it, Indira's memory. It's that one, right? Oh, could be this one too. Oh wait, Kesime. Yeah, this is the one. It's not Indira. It's Kesime. Wait, they're just... This is like the fucking Death Nova build from Diablo 3. What the fuck? Let me just check a build guide for this shit. Hold on a second. What did he do? This is the one, right? I think this is the one, exactly. Mikuna's Bloodwave, sure, whatever. They'll use the pants, Kesime, exactly. Right, yeah, this is pretty simple. Very, very simple shit. So you just like make a skill and you give it different tags so the skill benefits from multiple tags. So for example, you make a blood skill, a shadow skill, and then that skill that you made into two different skills now benefits from both of the both ranks. So for example, it benefits from shadow ranks, it also benefits from blood wave ranks, and it also benefits from specific skill ranks. So you just multiply your damage constantly. Blood wave fires 2 additional. Okay, that's so it's a very simple build. You just need to kill which one? Once I get the item, it's over. Yeah, Lord Zir. Okay, that's simple. Zir's the easy one. I mean, all of them are easy generally, but I'll go with Zir. And for Zir, I need some exquisite blood. And also I can do this one that gives you boss summoning mats, which is nice. I'll equip this one, obviously. It's clearly the better option here. Also has overpower damage, which is nice.
See you again soon, huh?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, they simplify the instances as if they weren't simple enough already. Whoa, they upped the buffs too. Okay, cool.
Potions, elixirs, brews. Have a look.
Oh, so they very much simplified it, but I guess I understand it. Yeah, they upped the buffs significantly, so it's insane. Buffs, I can say buffs. It is actually kind of wild, but I'll take it. The elixirs are just, yeah, they're just elixirs. They're not that big of a deal.
Over here, wanderer.
Wait a second, I need to get my reward here.
Excellent find.
I didn't find it, but okay, thank you. Okay, so what's next here is, I should not, wait, oh, I can't talk to you without, alright, of course. Can I just, oh, I can, cool. I got plenty of these. And I'll get plenty more, so whatever. Really, who gives a shit? So I have to add that minion aspect to it. Minion steal, blah 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 stuff. More damage based on their attack speed, I guess. This one. Okay, yeah, I'll suck at this one. This is a pretty good addition too, I would say. Oh wait a second. They both do the same bullshit. Bullshit, whatever. Right? Oh yeah, there's this one. So she's for other type of gem stuffs. Okay, I'm just gonna stop speaking right fucking now. All right.
Beware the envious.
I'm a bit. Okay, I'm not gonna lie when I say this, but I'm kind of fucking drunk, a little bit. So hopefully that excuses my retardation.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
Yeah, shut up. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't shut up.
Stars guide you.
Stars guide me. Okay, the rest of the stats are trash on this one, but it's ancestral. I'll just pick it up. Fuck it. I don't care. I can fix that too. No big deal. Wait, where do you fix that by the way? Oh, here, right? Of course. Enchant. You go here. You select this bullshit. You click that, and you go for max life. Clearly. What else? You go over here again. And no more mats. Cool. Welp. So be it. This thing is a game changer. I have to get that one, no matter what. Which means I gotta sacrifice these. Oh, this is a one. Just need a couple more points. And there we go. For each 20% attack speed bonus, when you look at this thing, right? It's over. They'll gain that attack damage bonus. Increase damage bonus instantly. No problem whatsoever. In that case, yeah, let's just do this boss mat thing. Also, wait, we can get the rewards here too. Let me do that.
It is done.
I'll go for rings.
Service fit for a king.
I can also buy the mats if I want to. I got some money runes, actually. Which are pretty valuable, I would assume. Let me go check the fucking Diablo trade side. Is the tide still up? Oh, it's still up. Okay. They didn't replace this one. And I guess I'll log in, but the site seems broken. Let's check the Discord. There's no official Discord for Diablo, I think, but Diablo 4 specifically. Actually, no, for no other Diablo game, to be honest. I think Discord is still banned here, so I gotta use a VPN. I haven't used Discord in quite a while. Alright, yeah, Sanctuary. Okay, the site should still work. So I don't know what's going on. Could just be a bug. Or it's just my internet, I don't know. Oh, never mind, it worked. Okay. Oh yeah, this site is still the premier trading site. And then yeah, blood is pretty cheap. I'll just do the content first. That makes makes the most sense to me. You'll wait. You have to wait. I'm sorry. Kurast Bazaar.
Violence that took place as a consequence of that lie. Later, Schissler noticed a dangerous post beginning to spread about an elderly man who'd taken pity on the displaced Rohingya and who had been photographed delivering rice to them. The posts accused this man of being a traitor, prompting calls for him to be punished. Schissler later recalled that when he reported this to the Facebook working group, it took weeks to get a response. And when that response came, it was that there was nothing they could do unless the man himself reported the comments personally, which was impossible because he didn't have a Facebook account, and Schissler had no way to contact him. In response to accusations that they weren't doing enough, Facebook developed sticker packs with statements like "think before you share," which users could apply to posts and comments. Theoretically, these would help Facebook moderators spot extremely harmful content. However, it was reported that these stickers had an unintended side effect, which was that the algorithm counted them as a sign of engagement. So, when applied, they actually amplified hateful messages even further. Around this time, Schissler would discover that Facebook had only one moderator working out of the Dublin office. One mod who only spoke Burmese in a country of around 54 million people and over 100 languages, not to mention dialects. By 2015, the number of moderators was increased to only 4, again, all Burmese speakers. Facebook's automatic detection systems regularly missed extreme hate speech due to problems recognizing Burmese script. One such post translated to English was the nonsense statement, "I shouldn't have a rainbow in Myanmar." However, the original post in Burmese script was nothing like that. All the Muslims that you see in Myanmar, none of them should be left alone. By 2017, with 15 million people now on the platform, the Myanmar Security Services began a massive social media campaign to convince the public that it was time to wipe the Rohingya from the map. When it began, it was reported that Facebook had almost no idea this was happening. The leader of Myanmar's military at the time posted, "We openly declare that absolutely our country has no Rohingya race." What followed was a systematic campaign to and burn the villages of the Rohingya. Official reports state that around 24,000 Rohingya were during the campaign, including children, with another 700,000 fleeing to dangerous and dishevelled refugee camps in Bangladesh. A UN investigation after the fact announced that it believed Facebook played a leading role in the amplification of hate speech. A report from Amnesty International stated, "Our investigations have made it clear that Facebook's dangerous algorithms, which are hardwired to drive engagement and corporate profits at all cost, actively fanned the flames of hate and contributed to mass violence." As Mohammed Shawif, a Rohingya activist, put it, "The Rohingya just dream of living in the same way as other people in this world, but you, Facebook, you destroyed our dream." Since then, Facebook has been met with similar criticism for amplifying hate speech in other countries, most notably in Ethiopia. To give one example, according to an investigation by Vice in 2020, it was a central source of disinformation that led to ethnic violence in the region of Oromia, resulting in hundreds of deaths. Warnings about tensions in Ethiopia persist even today, a situation exacerbated due to the complexity of the culture, including around 80 different languages. In 2021, 2 posts appeared on Facebook condemning a man named Mehreg Amara, a 60-year-old Tigrayan professor living in northern Ethiopia. The posts wrongfully accused him of helping a paramilitary group commit atrocities during an armed conflict. These posts also included pictures of Amara's home, with multiple people commenting on the post suggesting that he be cleaned. Trusted partners in Ethiopia tasked with notifying Facebook about things like this stated that Facebook refused to take the posts down because it didn't want to restrict free speech. Soon after, Amara was murdered outside his home. The posts that caused this remained up on Facebook for a further year, and his family are now suing Facebook for $2 billion.
The case my clients have made is that not only do Facebook allow such content to be on the platform, they prioritize it and they make money from such content.
I hold Facebook directly responsible for our father's or my father's murder.
Since then, the trusted partners I just mentioned have ended their relationship with Facebook, with other multiple Ethiopian observers reporting that they feel there's just no point bringing concerns like these to the company because they don't do anything. Facebook actually has a process called Break the Glass, which they use in highly dangerous situations, allowing them to take significant measures to prevent the spread of inflammatory information. However, in Ethiopia, according to Amnesty International, there is evidence suggesting that Zuckerberg personally intervened to stop mitigation measures from being applied because the measures may have interfered with the meaningful social interaction metric. There are many more stories like this, but for the sake of time, I'll move on. Facebook has since announced a significant investment in local moderators, but will also need to establish other safeguards to spot dangerous trends before they get out of hand. At the time of writing, the situation in Ethiopia is still highly uncertain, with news reports about Facebook's presence in the country popping up regularly. This is one to keep an eye on. The original critics of Free Basics, who argued that it broke the principle of net neutrality, could hardly have predicted how bad the situation was going to get, where Facebook became the sole source of news, crowding out local sources. This alone is validation of their criticism, but I want to add one more thing to it. One thing to bear in mind about the idea of a company who can become so powerful that they dominate conversation in general. Facebook has made innumerable terrible mistakes throughout their history, as we've seen, and as we're going to see. And every single time they've been exposed, it was published via an external source outside of Facebook. A privacy advocate report, a tech blog, a whistleblower publishing on a different platform, an open letter, or most commonly, a news report by the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, The Guardian, BuzzFeed, etc. A service like Free Basics, if it can get enough traction in a given country, automatically disadvantages external criticism of Facebook by hiding it behind a paywall and crowding it out with their own free content. If Facebook became your sole source of information, you'd never hear any criticism of Facebook. A situation so unacceptable, I think Free Basics should be rejected wherever it's met. Okay, so to do this section justice, we need to look back over one last aspect of the platform I've not yet discussed. Remember Tim Urban's blog, which I mentioned earlier, about the different kinds of posts he felt were self-serving and therefore insufferable? Well, in that blog he proposed 5 negative motivations that lead people to post what he considered to be insufferable stuff. These motivations were image crafting, trying to make others feel jealous, craving attention, and narcissism. But it's the 5th motivation that slightly rubs me up the wrong way. Although I have to say, this was written in 2013, the article is obviously tongue-in-cheek, and I don't think Tim was intentionally being spiteful here. The 5th motivation was loneliness. Seeing a lonely person acting lonely on Facebook makes me and everyone else sad. So the person is essentially spreading their sadness, and that's a shitty thing to do. This one caught my attention because, well, it's a bit mean. Oh, lighten up, will you? Your sadness is really killing my buzz. Pretty surefire way to make a lonely person feel more lonely. Now, as I mentioned earlier in this video, sometimes when you see content that's intentionally jealousy-inducing, examples of how great other people's lives appear to be, it can have a destructive effect on your sense of self-worth. My wife, who works as a psychotherapist, had been noticing, along with her colleagues, an uptick in how social media played a role in people's negative sense of themselves and their accomplishments as far back as 2010. But at the time, there were obvious positives too. In 2007, an influential study investigated the potential Facebook had for developing social capital among college students, pointing out that it could increase one's network of peers, where online relationships eventually turn into face-to-face relationships. And this aspect of Facebook has not gone away. In May of this year, I went to a reunion gig for the band Cardiacs, which took place in London. After the show, when we were all hanging around outside the venue, I learned something I thought was really sweet. A few young fans who couldn't afford to stay overnight in London have been offered beds by some of the local organisers who just wanted to help others have their first Cardiacs experience. All of this was organised on Facebook. Apart from that, ongoing research leading right up to the present day.
Wait, okay, let's see. I'm gonna make a listing here, right? But first, I need to know the price of this rune, how much I can get for it. $35, really? That doesn't seem fair. But okay, sure. I'll do 40. Oh, not service. What the fuck? I don't mean to do the service thing. Oh shit! I pressed the wrong one. Okay. Okay. Wait. No. In that case, yeah, equipment. No, not equipment either. It is definitely consumable. Yeah. Rune. Money. 2. I think I own. I think I only have 2, right? Yeah, 2. And 40 million per. Okay, the listing is up. Wait, it should be up, but it's not. Oh, there we go. I'll do a couple more listings. Okay, once I get this Kesame, I'm good, right? Well, yeah, I guess. But which weapon do they use with Kesame? Oh, they use just a single one-handed weapon. I see. But I kind of ruined this one, did I not? Oh, no, no, this one's not ruined. This one's not ruined. This one's perfect, in fact. But I need the legendary things. I don't know what they're called. It's not me. Whatever. I'll just add the title aspect. I'll just do the title aspect here. Pretty sure I have it. Yep. Cool. Oh shit! This one. Of course. Of course. That's great. What is you? What is you doing, bro?
Well, let's have a look.
Okay, then let's just...
A good business and fortune to you.
There's that.
Another happy customer.
I'll wait. Oh, you can invite the party right here. I'm not gonna, yeah, do that. I'll wait. I'm not gonna bother him. Let's go unlock the bartering.
I worry about you, Sybil. Once the Lotus has its closing.
So
the Pale.
All these numbers are so boring.
They're just as important to a smith as a hammer. You'll never make a living if you don't learn how to balance a book, Faye.
I guess.
I guess. Oh, this one's nice, actually. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, and I don't want the rest of them. One of this, sure. Okay, that's bad. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I was about to bother the dude. I don't really appreciate it because it's not like a huge sacrifice, but I appreciate it. Sounds good, right? There we go. Shit, I don't remember how you leave a party. Was it O? Yeah, there.
The open road is nice, but I did miss civilization.
There we go. Got it. This thing is good, I think. It's not the best, but it's nice. I like it. I haven't looked at the aspect roll. That's okay. This one's a decent roll still. Should get me started quickly. Which means I can finally do it. I don't need any of this. Time to sacrifice my minions. Boom, boom, sacrificed. And boom, sacrificed. Back to skill trees. I feel like I can figure out the rest myself. Oh, this is nice. Yeah. Amplify damage is quite decent still. Oh, and these ones are going to be very worthwhile, for sure. I don't... Okay, whatever. The most important part here is the key passer though, and which is Red Buswigger. Although the most important part is the blood waves, and I didn't miss anything on that. Alright, cool. My back hurts a little bit. Oh shit, my right display capture wasn't on. Oh, and I was just talking for no reason then as well. Whatever. Someone gave me Kesemes, whatever the fuck they're called. This one. Okay, let me see the Paragon board. I think it's gonna be easy though. I think. Starts out with sacrificial, but why? Wait, no. Blood. Okay, that one. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I would start like this, I would say. This makes the most sense to me. I don't know. All right. So my build is very much pathetic right now. It'll get better. It will.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips.
Whoa, okay, this one.
How may I help
What the
you?
fuck? Why? That was just too loud. Okay. Let's get a shit out of me, girl. I would go with Infernal Hordes just to try it out once again. But I just need 5, right? Nothing more. Dark Citadel gives it ordering. Undercity. And Helltide. Yeah, it's simple. I can do that one. It'll give me like a good understanding of my build as well. Oh, corpse explosion. But why? Oh, right. Of course. Doesn't make that much sense though. I don't know. Like, why would I go for this? It's not. At least, why would I do it now? You know. Wait, sue her? I didn't pick that one. And wait a second. Let's just some Helltide then. Okay, we should. bye.